Winds, stars, and spirits, hello. Welcome to the Book of Travels lore in the code that I am totally normal about and not going to get sidetracked whatsoever. Um, First important point, if you are looking for mods to access some of the things in the code that you can't necessarily see right now, highly recommend joining the Book of Travels Discord. There is a modding channel. There is a channel that includes a lot of the stuff I'm going to go over. Also, they recently released this, which is Along the Western Coast by Alex and the Beetle. I hope I said that right. And it is a final lore compendium drop for the game. And I am very not normal about several bits of it. I am going to go over part of it in this stream because I want people to go and look at it. The link is available in announcements in the Might and Delight Discord. Yes, it is the official Might and Delight Discord. It's not just my Discord or anything. I'm not trying to I don't run a Discord. But you can find it on the official Might and Delight website, or I'm pretty certain I linked it in the video description, I believe. Yes, so after credits, there is the Might and Delight Discord that includes the modding and lore chat, and also the Book of Travels Steam page, because there is modding, and there is modding allowed. And there are directions on how to mod for people on Steam, so you can look at so you don't have to go to some obscure website, you can just go to Steam. For those who also know about it, there is a Thunder store for mods that you can choose to download if you wish. So yeah, anyway, this is the new lore compendium. This is by the wonderful Simon, who did a lot of the lore writing for Book of Travels, and Tabby, who put a lot of work into organizing, getting this done in a PDF form. It is free. And it includes lore and some art that I had never seen before. So I want to zoom out to look at the actual cover. And this is really neat because it looks like an actual book cover, and I really appreciate that. And we have little pages. So I am going to read some of this to get us started, but I'm not going to read all of it. So this is history. Winter blossom shade, no struggle ever in vain, green shoots regrets, Elden lawmaker Kara. This is definitely a reference to one of the Elden statue poems that is in the game. So... Oh boy, excuse. The known history of the Braided Shore has been divided into 5 ages by the Asken folk: the Elden Age, the Varim Age, the Age of Settlement, the Age of Dynasty, also referred to as the Halzan Age, and the 5th Age, our current age. This method of dividing the eras of the Braided Shore, of course, is of course one biased from the Askan perspective. Thus, it is important to note that the Elden or Varan people would most certainly have divided it differently. These ages have a peculiar way of repeating themselves, with each age usually gaining their name retroactively after the next has dawned, and often culminating in connection to a large-scale event. Distinct cultural differences mark the 5 known ages, and each of them have influenced the land and the life of the braided shore in various ways. Ages are further divided into cycles, portions of time measured in days. Sometimes a significant period of time within an age is marked by a specific era. Prehistory. Whatever can be said about the prehistory of the braided shore is built almost entirely on theory, mythology, and legend, and is, as such, often quick to be dismissed by many respected yet undoubtedly close-minded scholars. Hold on, I should zoom in here. The wind voices will often whisper that this time was a time of vast storms, times where the winds flowed free, unshackled by the forms they take today. Eventually, legends tell, the winds quieted down. Indeed, all storms must. As they settled, they solidified into the benevolent cardinal winds and the malevolent half-winds. With the winds now clearer, other things came into focus: the soil of the earth, the stone of the mountains, and the realms of the spirits. And so the shore was braided together from the wind strings of the unwound. That line is really important. For anyone looking at lore, the unwound is the part of the Book of Travels map that we have heard a bunch about but not gotten to. And if we go to, let me see. So this is the in-game text. This is part of the in-game text from a game file pull from April 2026. I believe it was the 17th. I'm not 100% sure. This is not recent. But if we look at map names, let me see if I can... There is, in fact, a map name location 00548, The Unwound. And this is further backed up by this map that was released in the Discord, and I think it's also released on a dev's website who had worked on the game. And you can see all of these different areas. So this is the area of the map that we can travel. We can see these other places on the map that have markers. And there's also another version of the map that actually has all of the maps. See, these are in-game. These are the map pieces that you see when you're in the game and you bring up your map. These are the zoomed in areas. And one thing that we can see is that some of the areas that were being worked on include New Foundry, Rivenleaf. Like, there is a mock-up of the Rivenleaf map. The Watcher, it seems, some type of like... And this area, number 1, in the north, which seems to be in the Unwound. So it seems like you could get to Smog Rock and Lake Vapor and the Unwound. At least they had plans for it, as well as plans for maps in the Deeplands. And they even have what look like generated and colored maps for the rest of Casa and for the Billows. which is really important if you finish the Fish Compendium quest. And again, this is going to contain spoilers because I'm going into the game code. Because the NPC that starts you on that quest to possibly ruin his life, or their life, is from the Billows. So there are these maps that have mock-ups, and some of them have completed, and some completed areas, like it looks like Sootfire Bridge is labeled here. Charsmog Roof. There are 3 Casa maps. We only currently have 1. And I don't know why these are, I think the south is underlined, but that's really interesting that they started they started maps for these areas. And this is kind of important because I'll get to it in a second. There's one achievement in game that you cannot get unless you cheat in the items. And by cheat in, I mean you can download a mod to get dev mode on your on Book of Travels. So Book of Travels has a thunderstore.io page. Let me see if I can... This is the only... I mean, if you're on Linux, you can also follow there is a tutorial on Steam on how to do dev mode. Let me see if I can switch this very quickly. Yeah, so on the Steam page, there is an assets modding and dev mode. And there is a guide on how to mod, and it includes a guide with 2D textures and how to do so with C# and how to do so with manual modding and how to do so for Linux users. Which is what I plan on doing because I don't necessarily want to mod it on my Windows machine. However, this is here so that if you want to get direct mods, the Beppin EX pack, basically, if you want the dev debug mode, is also kind of necessary, but that will tell you that if you go to the Thunderstore page. This is the Thunderstore page for modding for Book of Travels. And there's also information on how to mod it yourself if you want to just try to mod it. I just lost the game, I guess. But that is allowed now. And one of the reasons that I am sad about this is this also brings me to this, which is a walkthrough of the sewers, which is a dev... This is a dev page. You can probably see the URL up top, vilma-kingsep.com, vilma-kingsep.com. And they have a portfolio of some of the stuff they seem to have done, for Book of Travels. And this specifically states that the sewer transitions were meant to be generically designed modules that could be randomly generated as the traveler went deeper and deeper into the sewers. This is important and ties back to this one achievement you can't get, which is the Soul Seeker achievement, on Book of Travels. So if we go into the game code, and I pulled this is not my active game code, this is a downloaded version of a bunch of the game text that was ripped. And you type in Soul Seeker, the first thing you find actually is these Soul Seeker grips. These net-like arm gloves belong to Haradaba the Cruel, which is quite a name and epithet or moniker. I don't know what that counts as. Arch rival of the Halzan Age court sorcerer Aldebaran. Haradaba knew the secrets of the stealing of souls, which he used for ill purposes to fuel his dark designs. These artifacts allow the wearer to cast a sensory net around them, detecting the location of any living thing possessing a soul, whether in darkness or through solid walls. It was by aid of these soul seeker grips, Haradaba, after many attempts, finally managed to take control of Aldebaran's vast dungeons, fortify them, and impose an even greater threat on the braided shore than before. How Haradaba came to lose them is a tale still to be discovered. So, it is stated in this new lore compendium, if we go back to it, we get more lore on Aldebaran and King Methodus and a solid explanation of what happened. And there's a lot in here. They go over the Devouring Age, they go over the Elden Age. There are some things that are not. They go over the origins of the Khelim, which are apparently the Khelim's origins is very interesting because, as the legend goes, the spirits of the meadow saw the Asken folk struggling and came onto the shore once more. The spirits found those who had kind souls and wandering feet and blew at their backs, much like children blow dandelion seeds to the wind. These were the first dandelions, or Khelim. The Khelim traveled the land, helping, trading, and knotting together the frayed strings of the Asken's burgeoning civilization. Many settlements built shrines to honor the winds and the spirits who blew the dandelions into their lives. One such shrine is the Dandelion Temple, which is where you are instructed to go as one of the first early quests of the game. Constructed by unknown builders on an island in the Verve, from here the temple would come to draw pilgrims who built the nearby trading settlement of Batsaha, a settlement that still stands to this day. So we get a lot of lore in this document clarified on who the Khelim were, how they happened, and why they happened. And I am going to go over that art in a minute. But right now, I am finding... Here's the Old Dynasty. So, in Kasa, around the same time as Ovitalif was being founded, as Rivenleaf was being founded by the Hab dynasty. Arguably the most influential of the old dynasties was also finding its footing. Many legends are told as to the founding of the old dynasty of Kasa, but the first member we can find proof for is King Methodus and his wife Thelathen. King Methodus's origin is hard to pinpoint, but Thelathen most likely belonged to the same Then family who founded the tea orchard in Mert. This is interesting because if you go into the clearing in the back in the brush on Mert, you can find a ghost there named Tico Then. This would later come under the control of the Mert Tea Cooperation. Fact and fable go hand in hand in this early age, and as the saying goes, it is wise to keep a crumb of skepticism in one's pocket as we venture into these storied monarchs. Just a little subtle nod that there might be a little bit of unreliable narration is what I generally take that line as. This is the closest we get to confirmation of several things. The many documented characters who inhabited the court paint a picture of an exceptionally intriguing day-to-day. Serving the royal family was the court wizard Aldebaran, a wise and far-traveled mystic who produced several astonishing mystical feats. Methodus and Thela, who had one daughter named Lethiades, who went on to become queen while still quite young. Lethiades is often seen as a spoiled child who grew into her queenly role through the many hardships of her rule. One such hardship saw the braided shore facing a devastating famine referred to as the charworm. As a testament to how fearsome of a famine the charworm truly was, the name has often been confused with that of an actual monster in later tales. So there are later tales of a charworm that got confused with this particular famine. The introduction of the court's famed charmustard is attributed to a farm boy turned palace cook by the name of Kuro. Kuro Orchard, shout out, who introduced the ingredients into the Ascan cuisine. The farm folk around his homestead had long used char mustard for this deceptively nourishing property, while the plant had elsewhere been dismissed as a weed. Its newfound hardy properties and ease of cultivation are credited for ending the famine. As the stories tell, Lethiades would later come to marry Kuro. The farmland where he grew up has since been known as Kuro Orchard. Many tales sprung up from this time, one of which is of the skald Galessen and their rivalry with Aldebaran's successor, court mystic Soa Fen. Last name I'm guessing is related to Thela. Soa had a proficiency for shape-changing spells taught by his master and used them many times in his unsuccessful attempts to sabotage Galessen. The skald's cleverness beating out the mystic's magical trickery. In the last of these tales, Soa turns himself into a fearsome wolf in order to scare Galessen away once and for all, but he was outsmarted once again. In shame, he exiled himself into the Forest of Four, where his bitterness turned into a curse that would forever trap him in the form he had taken. As his mind turned savage, he began to attack travelers in the forest. Those he bit became the first Itabaraks, cursed wolfmen who roam the deepest parts of the Forest of Four to this day, and we get some artwork for them. Lethiades went on to bear 2 children, a son and a daughter. As infants, they were wrapped in twin cloaks, enchanted by Aldebaran to keep them safe. These cloaks would serve them for life, protecting them from dangers. The daughter, Seshinja, was wrapped in the cloak Menzire, and the son, Semethep, was wrapped in Talzire. This ties into the Talzire quest you can do in-game, where you get parts of each of the cloaks and get the weaver above the crossing's tea house to reconstruct it. And this also goes into Samotep or Hestusem or Sootmouth's adventures. And what actually happened. And if you look through this is amazing storytelling, because if you read this document, you realize they weave together the Habs of Rivenleaf, the children of the Theades in the Old Dynasty, the Ovi Talif Summer Foxes, the magical rulers of that city-state, and they tell you who the Sewer Queen is. So, we're going to talk about the Sewer Queen and this really cool art finally. And why it was really interesting that prior to one thing I do want to bring up is initially Galessen's rivalry was meant to be with Aldebaran. That is not the case canonically. There was a previous rewrite of this. This has been edited for narrative continuity because it didn't work, because Soathen, there is actually a mysterious talking wolf you can actually meet in game that a lot of people think is Soathen. And I think with what we know from here that might be true, but we need to talk about Ovitalif and the summer foxes. Particularly this trader. On a trade journey across the desert, a curious trader whose name has long been lost to the cackling fires it was whispered around, stumbled upon the aftermath of a battle between two nomad clans. While poking through the carnage, the trader found the secret mystic knots of both clans and brought them back to Ovitalif. With the esoteric secrets of the nomads, the trader developed a greedy thirst for more knowledge and power, going on to use the knots to develop a ritual to lengthen her life to an unnatural extent. Using the ritual, the trader became a ghoul, a hollow being whose life breath has been torn out and replaced with foul half-winds. The ritual rendered the trader hideously transformed yet immensely powerful. Ashamed, she hid in the deep mines of Ovitalif, where the mine rats gathered around her as bees drawn to their queen. She would send her rats out to terrorize the city, for her soul was long lost. As the city neared collapse, the nomadic clan known as the Summer Foxes intervened, breaching the city walls and chasing the Gula from the tunnels. As the city breathed a sigh of relief, they turned to the Summer Foxes to guide them. Thus another dynasty was born. And there is images of the ghoul, or later to be known as the Sewer Queen. Not the Witch Queen, that's Vetana, that's a different person. Because, and this is gonna get me into another bit of lore that is in the code. These exist. The Knight's Armor, or the Knight's Armor set. Let me see. I want to bring this back up. Yeah. So, the Knight's Armor set. And you can actually, if you download the dev tools, you can spawn in items. So you can spawn in items that are in the game. EQAR _00105 Knight's Armor Greaves. This is a piece of the legendary Knight's Armor, long believed to be lost forever. The armor was forged for Empress Halzan I's warrior champion, Bodran, to aid and protect him in the final battle against the Frost Hag. Drawing power from darkness, the main source of the Frost Hag's power, the armor grows more formidable at night or during an eclipse. Each part of the armor was made by a separate master armorer, each oath sworn to put all their mastery into their work. Each armor piece resonates with the oath of its maker, increasing the ward of each piece when the entire suit of armor is what I would look. As someone who consistently walks around with like 34 ward in game, I am mad that this is not available. I feel personally slighted. However, there is a list in the Book of Travels channel, or I believe in the modding channel, in the Discord, that includes a list of oh, what is it? I'm trying to think. There is a Google, actually it's not in the modding channel. There is a Google Doc that includes all of the in-game items and whether they are available or not. They all have flags. Trying to think of where it is, because I forgot. But it is in the Discord. You can, in fact, look up this and the other numbers for the Knight's Armor set. I have yet to test putting it in to see if you can get the full set. Someone has tested the full Soul Seeker set and gotten the Soul Seeker achievement for it. So there is the grips, the sash, which a cross-hip belt made from 909 hollow pearls. It is rumored that each pearl, by way of dark incantation, can capture a soul, which can be stored and used as a magic battery for the mystic who wears it. That's evil. Soul Seeker shawl, cut from translucent cloth. This voluminous shawl protects its bearer's neck and shoulders from the elements. Shawls come in many shapes and forms and are often worn to display status or wealth, or to hide its wearer's face from prying eyes. The Soul Seeker mask, which is really interesting, a plain mirror mask of polished white metal. The mask reflects the visage of those who look into the Soul Seeker's face, almost as they are, yet with some uncanny alterations, making them look devoid of a soul. Soul Seeker's charm, an uncut pearl white mineral suspended in a chain of silver links shaped as skeletal hands, called a soul in hand amulet in the Selka tongue. Amulets like these are rumored to be able to keep a soul trapped inside. Soul Seeker bands, these would be the rings. 2 very tiny silver rings entwined together as one. Soul Seeker's edge, and this is the blade. This cruel blade is inlaid with silver icons relating to the spirit world and carved in the opposite way of the common crescents. Dozens of small notches mar its ivory hands like infected scars. Which is, again, this is, and then this is the Soul Seeker grips. So these are the items that you would normally, that they're in, again, this is the code, like these are in the code. You can use the dev tools through modding in order to put these items in your inventory. There's more comprehensive guides on Steam on how to do that. This is mostly a lore talk. So, it seems that the Casa sewers initially belonged to Aldebaran, and then were taken over by their arch rival whenever Aldebaran disappeared. I don't think we get confirmation on how Aldebaran disappeared. There was some original ideas for that, but let me see. I don't think they actually tell you. Oh, I can't search it. But since Aldebaran and Soa's tale was originally one tale, that is split currently. But I do like that Aldebaran enchanted the cloaks that were given to Lethides' children. That's a really kind gesture, especially considering Aldebaran also cursed the Eye of the Taker, which, as many players know, used to be one of the most annoying curses to get rid of, because you used to have to fight a Maisu and defeat it in order to get a curse stone to cure it. And there were several other items you needed specifically from the witch Resna. And the items were a willow nut, the tooth of a wolf given freely, the curse stone, and oh wait, Brain, why are you forgetting the last one? Did you not? So, oh god, so what was it? There was 4. I know there was 4. I think. Willow nuts, curse stone, shade resin. So you needed wolf's tooth, shade resin, willow nuts, and the curse stone. So there is a tie to several of the major characters in... So the wolf tooth is clearly tied to Aldebaran through Soathen. The willow nuts come from Kuro Orchard. That's the only place you can find them in the map. So they're tied to Queen Lethides' husband. Shade resin, obviously, you get from any spirit. That, like, it makes sense in the case of this is a mystical art. The witch Resna, when they remove the curse from the stone, needs something to anchor it, and the curse stone you used to get from the defeating the Maisu in the Deeplander Mystic event, which used to happen when old combat was available in the in the Moon King's Well. You could actually find the Deeplander Mystic. Yeah, so there is an event number for the NPC. This is text pulled from April, so I don't think this has their dialogue. But the wiki has the old quest as well. Now you have to take the ring, you have to sneak into Casa and go to the Casa graveyard, and in order to get rid of the curse, you can return the ring to an old grave in the old Casa cemetery. Which I'm assuming is King Methodus's or maybe Aldebran's. We do not know. My guess is King Methodus because Aldebran, like, there's a lot of open-endedness to their tale, which I'm kind of happy with. We're not sure if they're dead. Their apprentice is somehow still alive. Possibly. Anyway, actually, I should go over that when I go over the tales of Semetep, or Hestusem. So Semetep, who was given Talziere, grew up quickly, becoming both large and strong in no small part due to the training regime of his Crescent Master, one of the first Malkusu to ever be recorded in Askan history. The Malku Crescent Master gave Semetep the nickname Hestusem, a nickname that has stuck around in his legends to this day. We know Semetep was a wanderer and adventurer for many cycles prior to his reign, though it is not uncommon for a legend of Semetep to be found proverbially fictitious. We know he certifiably rescued Rivenleaf from the Itabarak wolfmen of the Forest of Four and drove them into the forest ruins before sealing them away. So the wolves that we see that we can communicate to this day in the Braided Shore must be somehow related to these Itabarak in the Forest of Four. And it's interesting that the cloak that protected him so that he could do this was given to him by Soa Then's master, and I'm guessing Queen Letheide's first court mystic before he got a successor. So, Aldebran was not only instrumental in protecting Queen Letheide's children, but also instrumental in making sure that some of the wrongs were righted in a way. It's a very interesting... I think it's very interesting, and it's very interesting to imagine that this character may still exist, or may not. But this is another example of it. Later legends tell of a day where darkness swept into the sewers of Casa. The ghoul of Ovi Talif had found her new home. She did not come alone, however, as one of the summer foxes had trailed her, hot on her tail in pursuit. We actually can find a disc in-game that shows a fox chasing a rat. The brave warrior of the Summer Foxes was ambushed in the night streets by the Queen's army of blubbery rats. He was near defeat when he was saved by Princess Sashinja. Bearing the protection of Manzure, the rats could not lay but one vile claw on her, and so retreated back into the sewers. From then on, the ghoul known as the Sewer Queen would lay low and bide her time. History has forgotten her, save for the legends of her villainy. One could be led to believe she has disappeared, vanished into the darkness of her sewers, never to be seen again. Yet a keen observer will note, every now and then, you still hear stories of children playing in the sewers who are never heard from again. We don't know if this is the Pale Hands. In-game, there's a mysterious spirit trade thing that you can do that gives you pieces of Talziere. I'm wondering if this is just the ghost of Isa Halzen stuck in the sewers after what she did. Speaking of which, let's talk about what Isa Halzen did and why I'm extremely angry with her. So, in this document, it also answers who Isa Halzen was. Isa Halzen was the daughter of the merchants of Halzen who came from Newfoundry, on the westernmost edge of Rivenleaf. I am abridging some of this She watched her mother and father be slain while she hid in a fish barrel. This is the tale the skalds tell. This may or may not be accurate, and there is a line later in this document that I think states why. Driven by her devastation, Isa fought through her youth, brewing all the while in her grief. She assembled a band of warriors and mystics for hire. Chief among them was her most trusted soldier, Bodrun, himself the brother of one of Lethiades' veteran porcelain knights. The porcelain, as noted, is a substance made by Aldebaran and used to display the porcelain knights. The clasp that you find in that you get from one of the kids in the sewer after completing the bug collecting quest for them gives you this clasp that is porcelain, and that is used in recreating Tal'Zere. So the line of succession currently goes King Methodus and Thela, Queen Lethiades, Semetep or Hestu Sem, and then Semetep's wife, Arhab, after he rescued Rivenleaf. So Semetep does die and there is in-game text for the Fellbiter, the spider. So this is if you get the stone-covered thumb ring, a stone ring made to look like a hollowed-out thumb. Hestu Sem swung his fist at the Fellbiter spider of Akekeben. But with its 100 legs, the vile creature easily scuttled away. The Traveler Prince knew he could not match the creature's speed, so he backed away, leaving his right thumb unguarded. Seeing its chance, the Fellbiter flung itself at Hestu Sem and pushed its jagged teeth into his thumb, immediately turning it to stone. Before the stone spread further, Hestu Sem willed his hand to act and grabbed the creature just as his hand turned completely to stone, imprisoning it in a cage of his rock fingers. With his remaining hand, Hestu Sem tied the rope he had received from his younger sister, this would be Sasinja, and which had been enchanted by his lady love, around his hand, which stopped the curse from spreading further up his arm. Unable to die, it is said the Fellbiter remains locked in the Traveler Prince's grip, waiting for greedy grave robbers to unleash it once more. I would like to know if Simon is actually the storyteller Serenus, because we get a lot of stories from Serenus in the in-game text. Simon being one of the main lore writers for the game Book of Travels. You know, just a question I wanted to ask. But continuing on, after that confrontation, Arhab is left to run Casa, and Arhab was from the royal family in Rivenleaf. So Rivenleaf didn't used to be just a university, it used to be a giant castle. And so Arhab was stuck with ruling Casa and dealing with all the political tension, and their son, Coronas, is unintentionally neglected because of Arhab's constant diplomatic travels. So Coronas grew up in an empty household. With his father dead, his mother had a little time for him. The marriage ties between Rivenleaf Casa and Ovi Talif had created a strong braid of unity, but not one to be taken for granted, a fact the Queen Regent Arhab understood clearly. In order to create a land of stability and peace for her son to inherit, she traveled on to diplomatic envoys, subsequently resulting in her inadvertent neglect of him. Cronus was raised by his dreams and fantasies, and he would wander the halls of Casa, exploring the forest grounds, lonesome, stewing in his thoughts and imagination. One day, he stumbled upon a Sephra and fell madly in love with them, but the Sephra are as fickle as dreams, and to love a dream is to be doomed. This is relevant because there is a fireside event called a Saying Sephra where you can get more lore about this, or the lore hint about this. The Sephra was entertained by Cronus' courtship, engaging his fancies, toying with the young man that Cronus had grown into, but Cronus was not content to love the Sephra from afar, and he desired their heart to belong to him and him alone. In secret, Cronus underwent a ritual to tie the Sephra to him. He cut out his eye in exchange for the Sephra's heart. The ritual was a success, but the union was cursed. It left Cronus with a half-life. He was, from then on, both Askin and spirit, yet less than both and not quite either. The Sephra, in turn, was morphed into a terrible beast, for all that is left for a Sephra without a heart is a cold, cold malice. The Sephra, now unrecognizable, became known as the Frost Hag, and would become a calamity without equal hitherto seen by Askin eyes. So this is the origin of the Frost Hag and why we have no real lore on I just realized I am on the wrong thing. And no real lore on Cronus' rule because he didn't get one. Serenus, stand in for Simon confirmed. The name is an amalgamation of Simon and Era and Dennis, the narrative team when I first started. Oh, that's amazing. Okay. So, lore confirmed, Simon, Era, and Dennis from the narrative team are collectively the storyteller that gives us all of these wonderful in-game stories. Sorry, I hit the mic. So, Frosthag was a Sephra. Frosthag was not the Galemare, which is what I kind of thought it was. But it can't be, because the Frosthag, and again, I implore people to go read this. It is a free PDF. It is in the announcement channel in the Discord. It is specifically stated, when all hope was lost, Issa Halzan rallied an army of her own to stand beside her band and march against the Frost Hag. The sister of Bodhran had been part of Kasa's first assault, I wonder why, and had been cursed by the Frost Hag. Issa encouraged Bodhran's vengeance against the hag, and on the eve of battle, Issa presented her closest friend with a suit of midnight armor, dubbing him her Twilight Knight. That's the knight's armor. That's literally the knight's armor. It has knight's armor consists of helm, hauberk, girdle, greaves, and leggings, and there is a sword or a crescent. There is a blade too. If I can't find this in the game code, I'm going to go crazy. So, I will do that on a different day. I will see if I can download the dev tools and look into the game code to see if I can. But I also wanted to, so that's what this is, the Knight's Armor set. I also wanted to point people to a specific artist that actually has a wonderful art station. Called Julie Beachtold. I hope I'm saying that name right. That has all of this wonderful art, including the Soul Seeker sleeves and what looks like the sash and the grips. And the rings. I have questions, and the crescent. So these as far as I know, like I said, the whole Soul Seeker set does exist in the game files. I'm not sure if the Knight's Armor set does. I would have to go through the most current game patch update for that. But the Knight's Armor, specifically worn by Bodran, is in this. And the reason that I brought up the passageway north to Rivenleaf and it's this map. This is the whole the game map. So this is like the regular game map. This is the like editing game map. Is because it contains like names and places and endeavors that they were working on in these locations. The Frost Hag is in fact a former Sephra. Yes, there was a ritual. This is relevant specifically because in the Casa incident, as you know, as you find out from Farmer Ravda, if you follow Vastilla and the Night Bather's questline, there is a ritual that the Grandmaster Grama uses to kill the Arch Sephra of the Casa Council. I don't know if Grandmaster Grama is actually at fault for that. And the reason being, there's also mention of a puppet master. So, simple news message not. Several citizens were captured by wardens after failed burglary attempt. The culprits claim no memory of the crimes. Unconfirmed rumors claim the puppet master is feared to be behind the crime and that more may follow. Wardens ask Casa citizens to be vigilant. That's... There's also this News Herald note of bounty of the puppet master increased further by the council. So I wonder if it's the Sewer Queen. I wonder if it's... We're gonna really quickly see if the singing Sephra dialogue is in here. No, it doesn't look like that it was in the game text, because there is a new NPC that was introduced. It's a fireside event. It seems to be a random night event. I don't know that the Puppet Master is a scapegoat, because when the Grandmaster was confronted by the wardens, they scapegoated the servant girl that helped them with the ritual. So I'm wondering if the Grandmaster, because this is the head of the Esoteric Union, which also has a sordid past, Here we go. Let me see if I can spell his name. Yes, Grandmaster Grama, Union Leader of the Esoteric Union. Yes, the Arch-Sephra. And this is Farmer Ravda's dialogue about the Grandmaster. And they are being interrogated by the coroners. Now that is interesting in part because the coroners were originally set up by Isa Halzen. So in the lore doc, in the new lore compendium, it confirms that Isa Halzen set up the coroners, but not for the reason you think. So I'll try to go through this a little bit quickly. So, Isa rallied her troops to fight the Night Hag, gave the Midnight Armor to Bodhran, dubbed him the Twilight Knight. On the morrow, Isa announced that the winds had spoken to her and told her that Bodhran must battle the Frost Hag, or the Hag, alone. Many were skeptical, but not Bodhran, who trusted Isa completely. On midday, when the Frost Hag neared, Bodhran rode out to meet the fiend alone. Isa's army, if not the entire shore, held their breath as they waited to see who would emerge victorious. And then the sun came out once more. The legends say that the Frost Hag was slain, but as was the Twilight Knight. These were the legends that Isa made sure to spread, for the truth was that her plans ran much deeper. Isa understood that the Frost Hag could not be slain, and this is important because it is originally thought, up until the 5th Age, that Sephra cannot be killed. So if Isa somehow figured out the Frost Hag was a Sephra, which it sounds like she had several powerful mystics with her, that is possible. So she could have thought that this thing couldn't be killed. So she tasked her mystics with constructing an armor that could act as a trap for the monster. The result was the midnight armor that Bodhran unknowingly wore to battle. When he struck the Frost Hag, both were in shock when the fiend's essence became trapped inside Bodhran, sealed inside both knight and armor. What I would like to know is who played Hollow Knight on the Book of Travels team. Because this is giving me very big Hollow Knight vessel, pure vessel vibes. Anyway, so Isa betrayed her best friend. She told only one person the truth after the event, Bodhran's sister. Now cured of the curse, she mourned the betrayal her brother had faced, but knew that she could do nothing against Isa, so she did what she believed that Bodhran would have wanted, and made sure his unknowing sacrifice did not go to waste. She assembled a sisterhood and built a monastery on the island of the Watcher, far to the north. She sealed the frozen prison that was once her brother away deep beneath the earth in an ancient Elden tunnel, and vowed to keep him safe, so that the Cobalt Eclipse could never again be unleashed on the shore. The Frost Hag was defeated, but to the surprise of those following her, Isa did not disband her army. And this will go on to tell us how Isa conquered Ovi Talif. It talks about Admiral Revka and Isa's tactician, and how she forced a marriage between her and one of the Summer Foxes to become the official ruler of Casa. And then, after she was officially ruling Casa, Well, so actually, that's like before Isa Halzen marched her army south, so to Ovitalif, she had made secret offers to merchant families of Newfoundry. Again, the Halzens were initially a Newfoundrian merchant family who had gained wealth and influence from the reactivation of the Elden machines and the discovery of Master Iron. Isa, so this is when Elden machines were reactivated. It was during the war with the Frost Hag. Isa offered to support, at least at the latest. Isa offered to support their independence from the Habs of Rivenleaf if they joined her cause, with later taxation on traded goods and noble titles for those who agreed. Many families remained loyal to the Habs, but 3 notable houses, House Yihan, House Pelgin, and House Nem, did not. So, House Pelgin, House Yihan, and House Nem all betrayed the Habs of Rivenleaf. And now they have noble titles, and they were getting tax cuts. So this will later lead into the loyal Halzenists. But there's another really gruesome thing Isa does here. Following the bidding of Isa, the families hired mercenaries to pull the Rivenleaf army south towards Casa. Once the Habs arrived, they found the city unguarded and rushed inside. It was only when they had all made it in that they saw the city was almost completely deserted. Isa had pulled her soldiers and as many citizens of Casa as she could beforehand as she marched south for Ovitalif. The gates shut behind the invading army, and an estimated 5,000 soldiers and 250 Casa residents who refused to leave were never heard from again. When Isa had first established Casa as her base, she heard rumors of the Sewer Queen living beneath the city. She had ventured down alone and made contact with the terrible ghoul. Isa offered a covenant. The ghoul would not harm her or her people or her people after the war for as long as the Halzens ruled Casa. In return, the Sewer Queen would be granted a feast of such a scale that her rats had never tasted before. No one knew what happened to the invading army, but once Isa returned to the city, the streets were stained a deep cinnabar. The rumors dubbed this event the Casa Massacre. And Isa would later organize a group called the Coroners to investigate the incident. Of course, the Coroners reported whatever they found straight to her. When the Rivenleaf army completely destroyed and Ovitalif in her pocket, Isa had won. Isa climbed the steps to the palace of Casa and was crowned Isa Halzen, Empress of the Braided Shore. A new age had dawned, the Halzen Age, also known as the Age of Dynasty. So, Isa betrayed her best friend and her citizens and sacrificed 250 of them to a ghoul that lives in the sewers and covered it up. There is another thing from this wandering. There are random world events you can get, and some of them I have not found yet, but looking through the code, I noticed that the wandering storyteller, you could find, it says 002, I think if we go to map names, Harrow Shore. Wait. I don't know that is... I think that's actually further down. Ran Saha. So I don't know where this is because there's, again, like, there's a lot of, I'll show the code. So there's a lot of, map names for specific places. One of the reasons I have been using this specific map is because it labels out and shows a lot of the locations. Like if you go down here, it labels the like west, south, east, that kind of thing. 2 looks like it's in sulfur fields, but I'm not sure if that's the right 2. If that makes sense. Because, like, as you can see, there's also several other areas in Casa that look like they have maps. Oh wait, similarity. I only got to the first boss. Wait, is there a similarity? There is. Yes, there is a similarity. So there's a similarity between the Twilight Knight in Book of Travels to the Hollow Knight in Hollow Knight, because the vessel, the sealed vessel, has the radiance, a god sealed inside of them, and is entombed in the Black Egg Temple, and they are the first boss. And if you get the Dream Nail, you can Dream Nail them to fight the Radiance, which is the god sealed inside them. So you took a Sephra, which is essentially like what very similar to, they're spirits, so they have different connotations, but they are a corrupted Sephra, and you sealed it inside a person that then became their tomb. And they are sealed on the Island of the Watchers, which has a map, has a map edit thing. Like, I don't know if this means it has a map, but the School of Rivenleaf History and Higher Education has a map, and so like and so does the Forest of Four. And so I'm wondering, were we gonna get to go to the Watcher Island and get the armor, and was that gonna release the Frost tag? Because I really want that armor. I'm just getting a smiley face from... Great. I'm just getting a smiley face in chat. Because I noticed that in the stairwell event, it specifically says that the Halzen flooded the stairwell. And generally the flute playing would be tied to Sila Halzen, not... Yeah, if only someone had discovered how to kill a Sephra during Issa's time and not, like, right now. I'm assuming this means that, okay, so the maps for Casa were done. We figure out how they killed a Sephra. We figure out how Grandmaster Grama killed a Sephra. I still want to know if it's the ritual knife. There is a knife specified in I'm in map names. Let me see. There is a ritual knife that you can get from Ethel in Crossings, which is interesting. It's an item. I think, let me see if I can find, is that not in the in-game text? Ritual Shiv, yes, you're right. So, it was in the beginning when designing it, but some stuff was altered with that storyline. I didn't want to waste the art asset, so I made it into a general item in exchange for the ghost cat hairball. Yes, that's the item I'm talking of that you can get in Crossings. Oh, so the Ritual Shiv was going to be the knife that they used to kill the Sephira, but it was changed. I'm assuming I'm just gonna get a smiley face, because I'm betting Simon's not gonna tell me. But yes, for those who don't know, there is an item, the Ritual Shiv, that you get from Ethel and Crossings if you give treats to the ghost cat in the north of Sharwood Forest. This is a wicked blade of cobalt glass that has yet to lose its intense edge. Just as one cannot escape one's sins, still wet blood still clings to the shiv no matter how much one attempts to clean it. So, double smiley face, of course. Of course. We get double smiley faces from the from the expert. Okay, great. I've done this quest several times, so I do have this, but so there was a way in North, and I also bring this up because there's another event in North Casa that I remember. Not the barrier warden that you can find that gives you the sleeper's guard if you wear the ring of the sleeper. So I guess I apologize to all Issa Halzan fans in advance, but I guess most monarchs are generally terrible people, and that's sort of true throughout most of history. We got a couple of cool ones, it seems, but Issa seems to be consumed by revenge, and that's about it. But outside of the sleeper, the barrier warden, which you can find in South Casa on the western edge on the bridge, the square knotter, which you can find in South O2, which if I'm understanding this correctly, South O2 is another part of Casa, but would be the northern part, the part that we can't get to right now over the Humble Bridge. So I think I bolded this for reasons. So I still am trying to find. I'm still trying to figure out if this NPC is available. So Isa Helden is a piece of work. Shimobot Bellows, we find out, is actually just the Droyle family stirring up fake royalist sentiment. That is also in the lore doc. Go figure, the propaganda discs were propaganda. Just to make Issa look better. Because it looks like she used the coroners and all of her connections with merchant families and the way that she could give tax exemptions just to make herself look better. So she's like a cooler version of the politicians we have today. That's not hard. They're not really great. Anyway, back to wonderful mystical land of Book of Travels, where the threats are Elder Chorers. So in this location, this square knotter, if you... So this is South Casa New... Like, this is... I think this is in the area of Casa that we were supposed to go to next. Because you can meet this NPC and get some... And you can talk to them and talk about your past exploits. And depending on what you talk about, you get a couple of different responses. Square Knotter. Well, it looks like you've traveled down quite a few roads to reach this place. Even if you are still in the infancy of your journey, yes, you've provided a bit of fuel for the fire. Generic response. Oh, Khelim, you're a bit of a scoundrel, aren't you? Did you help the Herald because you genuinely worship the Sleeper, or did you simply help them because you thought the reward would be better? I suppose I should leave that decision up to the readers. Helped the Sleeper. More dialogue. Finding an age-lost shard of pottery is quite the feat. I applaud you, Khelim. This warding light sounds like a righteous cause. Helped the lighthouse keeper. Tut-tut, Khelim. Playing both sides with such forces sounds like the plot of an old Sephra fable. I would be cautious about tempting fate in the future lest you end up in a spot where regret is not enough. Helped both. So how many Khelim helped both the Herald of the Sleeper and the Lighthouse Keeper? And where is this NPC? I think it's in... I'm pretty sure it's South O2, so I'm pretty sure it is actually not It's north of, it's actually north of the Humble Bridge, as I believe we're in South 01 right now. Like if we look at Casa, but there's a lot of these names like Casa Southfields, Casa Outfields, Casa Hills, Bay Casa Silver. Oh my god. I think Casa is South 03. Anyway, the point... Point being, so this is South 02. We're gonna go back to... We're gonna go back to the Square Nodders dialogue. Because he has some more things to say depending upon how you completed the Fish Compendium quest. Finished fishing quest. Finished fishing quest line. Drowned. Cleansed the Ring of the Taker. Got the Ring of the Sephra. Remade Talzir. So there are more... So there was more planned here for reactions. Similar to how Jivaka reacts differently depending upon what you have in your inventory. Yeah, my guess is that South 02 is north across the Humble Bridge. The Humble Bridge. Because they also mention, like, there are also factory workers in this section. I still want to know what the Cossin Flame Steward is. Like, I just... I don't know how complete these maps are. I know that there are some people who have looked at the maps and said that several of them are fairly complete. But the dialogue is here. Like, there is dialogue and there are... There's a lot. And you would get a different reaction depending upon how you completed certain quests. So they have a generic, depending on what you told them about your exploits and what you had done, they would give you different dialogue. These are not filled out as of April. I'm curious to see if any of it has been filled out since then. I don't think so. There are certain new events that like I didn't see. So like there's the houseboat. I don't know that okay, so the houseboat is actually in this. Like, this is an event. And the event that we experienced, that I did in one of my, I think it was my stream yesterday or the day before, where I went into the Mer Lighthouse and spoke to the ghost with... If you have the Sodden Boon and a way to speak with ghosts, you can talk to the ghost in the Mer Lighthouse, and it gives you a lot of dialogue and tells you that Mer was named after a child. Yeah, I don't know if there are definitely... I think there's a there's South 01 and South 02 and South 03. I'm pretty sure. One sec. Yeah, so there's South 01, and I think that that's just going north. If you go into Casa, there's... So it's this. There's like 3 maps of Casa. I can't really zoom in any further. But there's 3 maps here. There's the map we have, and then there's another map above that, and there's another map above that, which looks like it's the exit of Umber Lake out into the bay, the Casa, the Greater Caso Inlet. Like Umber Lake leads out here. And so there's more of these areas that were clearly like made, and so I really want that knight's armor. I don't care if it's cursed. But it would be really interesting because it seems like the direction for it was figure out how the Grandmaster killed the Sephra. Maybe find Singer. I have not been able to find, like, I don't think I've been combing through this. I don't think, because some references are just singer, are you a singer or musician? Some references are, like, there's things like this where it's this mysterious figure has a huge interest in singer. Okay, which mysterious figure is that? We know that the Selkin glass vendor has an interest in the singer rosaries. But there's like Girdle of the Shun Singer. Like there's a lot of these things where I've been trying to find singer capital S, and a lot of it is the singer rosaries. Like these are all singer rosaries. And like night bathers. And this is the NPC, like, I don't know if this means singer as in actual singer or just a singer as in a skald, but they have choir singer as a separate thing and vocalist. But, and then this is dialogue from Vestilla. And so it just kind of wraps around, and like, I don't know. We don't know what happened. Like I still haven't figured out if some of the tags are supposed to be singer, like capital S singer. But it would be interesting if you find out from either singer or from someone else in the Casa Pavilion. That's the other thing, is the Casa Pavilion is a thing in the note, or in the... Or the, like, because the Casa, like, the Casa Council Pavilion is where, all of this happens, and like, and so the idea is that, were we supposed to kill the frost hag? Was that a big thing? Like, because I mean, Because also there's the moss enthusiast, which is the one that takes the ancient moss covered knot, which references this sisterhood of the Watchers, which is a sisterhood that Bodrun's sister made because the island of the Watchers, like up here north of Rivenleaf. Like, she got as far away from Issa as she could. And it's specifically stated that he is kept in an Elden tunnel, and also we now have that stairwell quest in Westwind Shores. So, like, if you go to Westwind Shores, up here, and you go into the stairwell near the house in Westwind Shores, you can talk with Charsmith Ev. And there's a particular item that you can get from her that I'm in the process of figuring out how to get without just dropping the items in for me. But it's Fall Gem armor. And we know that this is another Fall Gem. Let me look at... So you can get that child's drawing. So once you have the drawing of the child's hero, drawing of brave Khelim clad in Fall Gem armor, going on adventures beyond the wall. Smith Ev, will be like, oh yeah, I can make that if you go to the stairwell with that drawing and talk with her. But she specifically mentions that the Halzen flooded that tunnel and that she can hear flute music, and flute music is tied in with Sila Halzen, not Issa. So that's another thing we get from the lore compendium is when it talks about the Halzen age and the Halzen rulers, it specifically states the Khelim disappeared during this age. The leading theory is that the Khelim were not needed anymore. I think Issa had something against the Khelim, probably because the Khelim decentralized the need for, like, aid. Like, they're very capable. Like, the idea is that you're fairly capable either in the mystical arts or in machinery or, like, fighting. Like, you have your own things that you can learn that most people don't have access to, it seems, in the world. But this also tells of the Halfway Tea House. And so we learn what the Halfway Tea House is some knots from the east have been uncovered, suggesting a large number of remaining Khelim wandered into the Deeplands, where it is said that the doorway to the mythical Halfway Tea House is hidden. And that's adorable. I love that the Khelim get to take a rest at a magical half spiritual tea house. That's gorgeous. But the spirits of the meadow specifically are why the Khelim exist, and the Khelim exist because they were there to help the first Askin that landed on the braided shore, because the Sephra don't understand how mortals work. And people were dying. which is also mentioned earlier in this when you look at the Age of Settlement portion of the document. But this details the Halzen dynasty, Issa and her children. One of my favorite things to note, actually, I will say this before I move on, is that Issa, when she eventually passed, the cause was carefully hidden from the general public. It wasn't until many moons later that we come to be made aware that Issa Halzen, Vanquisher of the Frost Hag, Conqueror and Unifier of the Braided Shore, had slipped and fallen down a flight of stairs. Gravity, the ultimate enemy. Anyone who has played Elden Ring will understand. So we know that, and through this is where we also learn of Gel Halzen and his connection to the Droil family and how the Droils became the group essentially calling themselves the Loyal Halzenists, and a lot of the Askin League and Loyal Halzenist rhetoric is solely because the Halzen dynasty gave the Droils a lot of tax cuts and the councils didn't, and the councils kind of even things out. But you also have to think back to that thing with the sewer queen. She swore not to do anything to attack citizens of Casa as long as the Halzens were in power. So I'm wondering who the Pale Hands here is in the sewers, because the sewer queen is described as having unnaturally long limbs and robed in tatters and dripping with sludge. There is also a hat of the sewer queen, and this is in the game files. Worn as symbols of authority, personal style, and it just has the like generic hat thing. But there's no sewer queen in the, so there's no, like, if you look at the Pale Hands dialogue, it's a pair of sickly hands bereft of nails sticking out of a pipe and beckoning you towards them. Like, that's all they're marked as an outmark, and it's like, where because I could see, especially with, and this ties back to Aldebran's arch nemesis, who found a way to capture souls. And the sewer queen we already know was a ghoul who found a way to unnaturally lengthen her life. And we know that mystics, for good or ill, can seem to unnaturally lengthen their lives via transformation or other means. So, is the Pale Hands the sewer queen? Or is it a soul that was captured by her, or by Aldebran's arch rival? My personal headcanon for Aldebran is going to forever be that they retired somewhere to take a break from all of the nonsense. But it's also interesting because since we don't know where Aldebaran or King Methodist or Thelathen really came from, like Thelathen we have an idea, but the others we don't know exactly. We know that the mystics, like the nomads of the Ovi Talif Desert were very strong in the mystical arts, so that would make sense if a court mystic came from that group, especially since not even the rats of the Sewer Queen could break the enchantment on Sisinja's cloak, Manzire. But anyway, the point being, there's a lot of interesting things in the code and interesting things in the code that haven't necessarily been implemented yet. But if you look over the lore compendium, you get the answers of where the Khelim came from, what happened to Issa, who the Frost Hag was, what happened to her, what happened to the Twilight Knight, where he is buried, where I'm assuming that Hesusem is probably where the Fellbiter used to be. I forget where they specifically said the Fellbiter was. It says Ake Kibben, but I've thought that there was a different... Were they fighting on Lake Vapor? I forget exactly where they were. Let me see. Smog Rocks. I don't know 100% where Ake Kevin is, because this map is not searchable. My guess is going to be the Forest of Four, because the Forest of Four was supposed to have a bunch of stuff. Oh, this is a Serum Fields map, I think. Yeah, this is a Serum Fields map, and that's Sootfire Bridge. Okay, I thought that was the Billow. I thought that, like, 7 is labeled the Billows, so... But... it's... So it looks like we're supposed to be able to travel to a lot of points in the Deeplands, and to Rivenleaf and the Watcher. And maybe even into the Unwound a little bit up here, across from the Watcher's Island. So these maps are not necessarily drawn out. If we get to the point where we can release map mods, I will gladly help draw maps. I want to see if I can make some of these available. Because I think that if the planned maps are true, and you can get from Batsaha to New Foundry, which is what these routes look like. It looks like you could get from Harrow Edge to Batsaha and New Foundry. And then from there to Rivenleaf and the Watcher Island. Then maybe one of the major villains towards, like, at the end of the prologue or in chapter 1 is literally the Frost Hag. And I want to fight the Frost Hag. Give me the monsters back. I miss fighting the Tempest Katem. But so if the story is true, then the idea is that you are literally accumulating things like these mythical cloaks. Like if you do the quest to recover Talzire, you can do that. You can get the Alsab Rod, which I'm assuming would end up having more lore in the Billows, because a lot of the responses to lore seem to be to the Sodden Boon, which is the end of the Fish Compendium quest. And you can get the armor that you can get, which I don't actually think is in here. Let me look at Smith Ev's dialogue. I want to know if this was planned back in April. I don't know that it was. Poor Smith Ev. The scrap mail of the poor smith. This is the item that you can get from her when you first start traveling out if you meet her by a fireplace. But yeah, it looks like in the game files the stairwell is a new vanquishing the Frost Hag. I don't like that. Sounds again like the so I have to, so it's not in, it's, let me see if I took a picture of it. If you do the stairwell quest for Ev, you can get Fall Gem armor, whose the Fall Gem armor let me see if I can find it. The Fall Gem armor item is this in the middle here. This middle. Oh wait, let me change the screen. Yeah. This middle drawing right here of armor. And for me, that asset was what I thought the Armor of Night was. The Armor of Night, the hauberk, the physical. So if you complete the Fall Gem Searcher's quest, so Niami, let me go back to Fall Gem Searcher. Oh, okay, I want this page. And get the child's drawing. So this Fall Gem Searcher, if you find him at the night location, give him a Fall Gem and then meet him at his day location in Mert. you get a specific item that is the child's hero drawing. Drawing of a child's hero. And if you have this and you go to the stairwell and you talk to, if Ev is there, and so far she's been there every time I've gone. It is new. This is one of the new updates. There were several new updates specifically for the 31st that added a few things to the game. It added a houseboat in Lakatos String. It added an event in the stairwell with Portsmouth Ev. It's one of the, let's see, if you go to patch notes, it's like the most recent, it's like the most recent one, yeah. The sawmill in Crossings, which there is a ghost there that I'm still trying to figure out how to talk to. It added 10 new events. They're a bit spread out. Most are in the new rooms. Otherwise, you can take a look at these locations. The stairwell in West Wind Shores, the cellar in Western Harvest Root, random spawn, and any fireplace random spawn. There's a singing Sephra at fireplaces that gives you some of the lore about Issa and Kronos in game now. Like they if you see the singing Sephra at a fireplace, don't run away. Yeah, the sawmill and Crossings. So I am going to see if I can. Oh geez, are we turning on the game? I was just gonna run around. Like I said, I wanted to bring up some of the older things that were in the code and show some of the older events that correlate with like the new lore compendium that is out. But yeah, the sawmill in Crossings. There's a ghost in the sawmill in there's a ghost in. Oh geez, there's a ghost in a like windmill northwest of where the tobacconist, the pipe maker sits. I don't know if by sawmill they mean a different location than that. But yes, those are some of the major new events. And a lot of them have ties into the lore compendium that was released. Like we learn specifically from the compendium that the calamity that befell the Eldens is called the Day. Like if you read the Elden Age, the statues, like the calamity is called the Day. So the statues leading up to the day specifically are talking about this one calamity that they knew was going to happen, that they were trying to prevent. And so there's also some speculation at the end of the Varim that the Varim happened to unleash the very same thing that destroyed the Elden long ago. This is not confirmed. There are a few theories put out here. It probably was just infighting. The Sephra confirm that the Varim were a short-sighted culture, although it does state whether out of choice or necessity, lived entirely in the present. We know that the old dynasty fell due to the lovesick Coronas, what would have been the next ruler of Casa, who fell in love with a Sephra, and the creation of the Frost Hag. And we know that the Halzen dynasty falls, if we I want to specifically quote this because so I do want to say that there is a very specific line here that says, on the eve of the birth of Haked's daughter Sila, this would be Sila Halzen, many in the palace reported an eerie, discordant melody of flute music coming from the birthing chamber. If you talk to Charsmith Ev in the waterlogged stairwell, she talks about flute music coming from under the water, and we know that water is consistently associated with the sleeper and the spirit world, and specifically the Sea of Despair. And we know that the Halzens flooded that passageway. Like, or at least the best we know, like the Charsmith tells us that the Halzen flooded that passage. But we know that the Halzen age ended with Manus Halzen and his being paranoid about the unions taking too much power, and that became a self-fulfilling prophecy, essentially. I love this imagery. I need to know who made these. They're so good. But the Sephra, the singing Sephra that you meet at the fireplace has lines regarding like all of these ends of eras. And then you get to the Fifth Age. And the Casa incident, and the death of the Arch Sephra. And now we know... And the return of the Khelim. And now, like, and... There's also a bunch of important information that is also... There's a bunch of really interesting lore on the Malkusu and the Subasir and the Selka, and I really encourage you to read the document and look it over. I love that there's a torn off page right here, because the Selka don't like to talk about themselves. But we get what a Sabasir ship would look like, which is so cool. But we also get a bunch of new lore on the spirits and the realms they inhabit, which confirms a few things. Well, confirms, air quotes, confirms. Nagolima, you're thinking it does, the document does mention Nagoliama. Nagoliama was the person who charmed Hakaid and was likely his lover? And disappeared the night that Scylla was born. If you, let me see. Yeah. There's the small roasted snake gives you a little bit of lore on Nagoliama and Hakaid. It is rumored that Nago had a forked tongue, a blessing from some strange malicious spirit, which he used to charm anyone he spoke to. Note, we get the flute of the charmer from a scholar trying to get rid of it. But yes. And that's why I was saying there's eerie flute music tied to Scylla and eerie flute music that you hear that Charsmith well, they don't describe it as eerie, but they describe it from underwater. And this is why this is important, because if you look into the Sea of Despair, there's a few things that stand out in the document to me. The Bitter Barrens and the Sea of Despair are the two fell underworlds beneath the braided shore. The Bitter Barrens is a series of unending desert crags forever baked by a char-dry false sun. Those who die with bitterness or anger in their life winds must travel here when they die. This is the realm of the Maisu hail from, evil spirits who embody the emotions of the souls who wander the barrens. They draw strength from these emotions and are also trapped by them, blinded by bitterness and unable to ever again find joy. It is said that the essence of the barrens once coalesced into an egg that rolled through the cracks of the barrens and onto the shore, where it is found by a traveling flutist in the sands of Ovi Talif. Nagoliama, maybe? And then you have the Sea of Despair. The Sea of Despair is a giant swampland full of disease and foul drowned things. It is where those who die with despair and sorrow wash up after death. Their souls are forced to tread water while they're being clawed at by drowned things from beneath, eternally gazing up at a horrific oily canopy of trees. As the rot of their roots forever taints the waters below, and yet there is a certain draw in the depths of this place, a sickly sweet scent that draws mortal souls who have had a taste of it back, like flies to decomposition. This has to do with the fishing. And there is a specific line here that says it was into this place long ago where the Elden in their, I'm gonna say this is hubris, ventured and accidentally brought back something from the sea. So the Elden accidentally brought back something from the Sea of Despair. A traveling flutist in the sands of Ovi Talif found something from the Bitter Barrens. So the billows, we know, seems to have a tie to the Sea of Despair from the Fish Compendium quest. Also, I need to show this page because it is It's kind of beautifully cut off right here. Because of course it is. Yeah, so the like I understandably, so I played it through, so I have a few characters that have a couple different items. I have one that has the Alsab rod, I have one or two that have the Sodden Boon, and I had one character for a while that just had the Raving Knot because I didn't want to give it to the hooded figure. But you get so much lore from having the Sodden Boon in your inventory, which is very frustrating because I want to have the good thing. But it wasn't likely that we were going to get more lore about the Alsab rod until the Billows, which apparently wasn't far off. Like there is it looks like a map, a rendered map for part of the Billows. Sodden Boon is too good, but there is some dialogue from an NPC that doesn't that specifically warns against helping the sleeper. And also, if you have the Sodden Boon, go to the lighthouse in Myrrh. That's all I have to say to you. If you have the Sodden Boon, equip it to your character and go to the lighthouse in Myrrh. You will probably, if you didn't feel bad about making a poor man go crazy to finish that quest, which I thought it was the right thing to give him the fish because he's the fish expert and I'm not. That was the wrong choice, apparently. Ah, okay, you did see the stream. Yeah, so the sleeper... So it was pretty clear that the sleeper also affected the first Askin who came to the Braided Shore, also apparently had to contend with them at one point and took people. Yeah, so if you if you do the quest and you give the sweet Scylla to him, you finish the fishing compendium quest and you get the Alsab rod, which is bugged in game, so it's frustrating because you can't even use it for fishing. Like, I used to use it for fishing. That used to be my fishing rod. I had to go buy the old fishing rod that I used to use. But I have the Alsab rod on my character, the Alsab rod called Pride, and I'm willing to bet that because the Billows was coming up, we were going to get more... We were going to get more lore here. Like, it's interesting that, like, so there are these lines under these specific areas on this map, like in the south and here. So like I'm willing to bet that these were areas that they were working on maps for, but like you see that we have maps in the Deeplands, in Rivenleaf, in New Foundry, even the Unwound. Like, and there's the desert in Ovitalif. Like, the desert in Ovitalif has clear ties to the Bitter Barrens, and the Billows has ties to the Sea of Despair. And now we know, with this new information on the cosmology in the lore compendium, that the shore is like braided together from the unwound, and these spirit worlds exist like below or alongside them. So I'm willing to bet that the Traveler's Meadow definitely has ties to the meadow. Also, I love that now we know that the spirit, the omen, come from curious spirits slip through onto the shore and inhabit objects such as stones, shrubs, or pebbles. These beings are known as omen. And it's likely that the Sephra also came from the meadow, because they were tired of it being static and peaceful, which tells you a lot about the Sephra. Yeah, there's so many boat routes in the, like, even this is the map without without the mini maps. But the Billows and Oso by the Canal, like all this area, all in here, particularly the Verve, has ties to the Sea of Despair. The South and everything has ties to the Bitter Barrens. I would not be surprised if the Meadow, Traveler's Meadow, had ties to the Meadow. Or the Deeplands, because that's where the Halfway Tea House is. But we learned that the Hesem are actually unfortunate folks who lose in gambling, lose more than their material possessions, and are overcome with such despair that their life wind is dragged into the Sea of Despair without even their body dying. Their bodies are now only a husk wandering aimlessly around the shore as Hesem. So they're just bodies without a soul. So they're the opposite of shades. It also says, while the two realms are meant to be separate and cut off from the braided shore, there are sometimes those who slip through in both directions to the deep parts of the world. The only way for a soul to escape its eternal torment is to let go of their bitterness and sorrow and slip through into the meadow and into the outer ocean. When a soul dies and is dragged to either of the two underworlds, if their emotions of despair or bitterness are strong enough, they sometimes leave an emotional shadow behind. This shadow is known as a shade and is a dangerous, malicious force to face. As such, it is often good practice to bring some manner of defense when visiting places of great tragedy. And then we have the Halfway Tea House, which this has got to be some of my favorite lore, because I love the idea of a spirit tea house. The Halfway Tea House is unlike the primal realms of the spirit world and was formed from the will of the first Khelim, a reward from the spirits of the meadow for helping the Askin, a place for those who feel they have journeyed enough. Some souls of Khelim remain here, putting down their roots to add to the tea house, while others who never forget the call of the road journey on to realms uncharted and braids unwound. The Outer Ocean. The Outer Ocean exists as the firmament of the spirit realm, a deep magical water where everything once came from. Every realm of the spirits and mortals exists as part of the Outer Ocean and yet also separate from it. This is the place where spirits can finally find their ending and return once more to the primordial soup of souls to one day be reborn as something else. The Outer Ocean contains no joy or love, fear or sorrow, no bitterness or malice, only a distant horizon and the promise of new shores. And then we have special thank you to our beta readers. Yay! I'm not telling you which one I am. But this is... We also have confirmation from one of the lore experts in the Book of Travels Discord. I want to make sure that I have the screenshot so that I don't mess it up. That exploring other cultures and other, like, ways of being and other souls were gonna be a thing. Like, that was a possibility. So, like, we were gonna get more on the Sabasir and the Selka and the Malkusu. And you could eventually make a traveler that was Sabasir, or you could eventually make a traveler who was Malkusu or Selka. I don't know about Sabasir. I think eventually they were going to do Sabasir. But those are, like, that is one of the, those are some of the unreleased forms. And that actually is a mod. There is a mod out on the Thunder Store to give you unreleased forms if you're making a new character offline. Let me see if I can do forms. I don't know that it's gonna give me the actual... Oh, I don't know that I have the forms on this part. Oh no, wait. Let me search for Heart Sleeper. There we go. Yes, so these are actually in the game. Sifter, Ariven, Beckoner, Heart Sleeper. And there was going to be more, they were going to be ghosts icons. They're actually in the... there's actually art done for them. And the fair... and the Roadcaster. There are other forms, and some of them were going to be Malkusu and Selka. The Selka do have very interesting... I highly recommend checking out Lakato String. There is a houseboat event there. Be careful of the chili. But you can help a Selka there recover one of their items. I am kind of sad that you didn't get some of these Selka items, but yes, there's the Selka, I think it's the Selkin... was it the bag? I'm trying to... it's not an item. I think it's a backpack. But yeah, it's interesting because the Selka do not necessarily identify as a specific gender. If you read through, all of them seem to have cinnabar eyes, which is interesting. I mean, even if you talk to Loneki in Mistkeeper's Toe at night above the waterfalls, the Malkusu who you have to deliver a envelope to, they give you a lot of interesting information about who the Malkusu are. My favorite bee people. We don't know that they're a hive. It is actually specified. So it is specified in the lore document. If you look at the section on the Selka, I do love that they give you some more of the Malkusu text. Most of what folk of the Braided Shore know of the Selka is based on what they barter with. They bring spices and cheese, for example, but it's unclear where the raw ingredients and seeds are Selka in origin, or if they simply use whatever the Braided Shore provides. Selka in the Braided Shore often love the smell of wood, which might, at least for very old Selka or those who have arrived recently, come from a sense of homesickness. Selka are generally secretive about their appearance and hide underneath oversized dresses and wear long gloves to cover their arms. They all have the same eye color, which is an intense, vibrant cinnabar. The fact that they are smaller in stature than Askan folk sometimes makes others mistake them for children. The secretive nature of the Selka caused a lot of speculation around both the Selkan anatomy as well as their culture. Some Askan have taken this to mean that the Selka are malicious, but in truth, the Selka have never been recorded to harm another. The confusion and mystery surrounding them seemingly amuses the Selka, who have been known to intentionally give vague or contradictory answers to inquiries into their culture, customs, or homeland. So they are intentionally trolling, which is kind of hilarious. And probably why this page is ripped out. So if you talk to a Selka, chances are you are not getting a specific answer. Which makes me even more sad because now I want to know more about where they come from and like what you can, like when you can play, like the form. I'm interested in. That's why I'm interested in some of the forms, because some of them were originally specifically listed as Selka or Malkusu. But also it does specify like that glass is their major export, which we already knew. Because the braided shore cannot be made into glass. Braided shore sand cannot be made into glass. Which is interesting. But I love the detail. I love we know more about people. I wish we got more information about the Selka and the Sabasir. Like we have a lot of lore about the Askin, and we have a decent amount of lore about the Malkusu. And we do have a lot. There is a good amount of lore on the Sabasir in here. I'm a fan of an archivist, and the archivist, Sabasir you meet with the Nightbathers has got to be one of my favorite NPCs. So, there is several things in the code that could be brought to bear with mods, hopefully. Most likely, I encourage people to look into this if you know how to mod. Because it seems like there are some pre-built maps already. And there are people who can do art in the Discord. And now we have a little bit more information on everyone else. I do wish we got more information on the Selka specifically because it would make it easier to make mods where you could be Selka or Malkusu or Sabasir. Because we have those shape changing. We have the Knot of the Mibrab, which allows you to change shape. But it's... So, every age is supposed to end, like, ends with a big event. My guess initially was that that big event was the sleeper, because we got a lot of lore from the Sod and Boon. We got a lot of lore from the Herald of the Sleeper and from the Lighthouse. I have been waiting to figure out that I have not found any special hidden Windmaster Karim dialogue. Like, unless there was, I still have to look through the, new, I do still have to look through the new code. And I'm in the process of getting the code off of one of my friend's old PCs that has been offline and should be from before the combat update. But as we can see here, there's not a lot on Windmaster Karim. Or like, although his name is spelled two different ways, sometimes it's one M, sometimes it's two. I don't know if it was supposed to be. Oh, and sometimes they put in an end, Windmaster Karim. I guess in the code it's MN. But we don't have the Tempest Khelim event anymore. I wish we could bring back those events specifically. That's one of the reasons why I'm working to get my hands on more of the code so that I can look back to figure out which events are tied to Khelim and Maisu and the Tempest Khelim so that we can spawn those. Because with the dev tools that you can find on the Thunderstore or on, I mean, or on the, on the Steam dev and modding page, which is right here. You can get the dev tool, you can get the dev account mode unlocked. So what you want to do is, so that way you can pull in knots, like there is a Port of the Bear. I think there was supposed to be a Port of the Wolf. But it also allows you to like look at several of the toggles. Oh, see here it says the Beckoner was going to be Selka and the Thicketer was going to be Malkusu. Well, I guess they're a little bit shorter than the others. The Heart Sleeper is also, I guess they're about the same size. But there is also Thunderstorm mods if you just want to download them for Windows machines. The engine was Unity, as far as I know. They used Unity. Yeah, I am also sad it's offline. I know there are a few people working to try to get the network architecture running, but I know that some of the issues being the network architecture was part of the issue with why they were having problems continuing the game. So... But yeah, you can, this is an amazing modding. This is on Steam. You can go to Book of Travels Guys, Assets, Modding, and Dev Mode, and it includes a lot of the assets There's 2D textures archive. If you go to the if you join the Discord, which I have linked, there are people that are doing modding there. You can use it, like, I know that a lot of the edits can be done in SQL editor. Thunderstore has specific mods for certain things. Like giving you the new forms, and unlocking the dev and count unlock modes. Yeah, that's what I would like to see, is like a multiplayer. I think that they initially made it in C#. I know that they have somebody who they currently have under NDA, as far as I know, that was working on trying to get the network architecture to work for, like, community servers. Yeah, there's, I mean, like, even if you're just around the modding channel occasionally, like, right now, what I'm mostly trying to figure out is if there's a way that we can use the network architecture to do a peer-to-peer sort of thing. But anyway, this is getting into other types of code, not the lore type of code. I just know that the network architecture was part of the code that was really difficult. Like, the parts that I have pulled right here for this, like the code that I have pulled here is specifically text code pulled for the wiki. Not from the wiki, but from the game for the wiki. Because they would pull code specifically for items so that they could get the item codes. Yeah, that's why I'm happy that there is someone who is working on that. I'm hoping that they are doing well on that. We can't know anything because they are under NDA. I mean, the game is offline now, so technically you could go fiddle around with your own files if you wanted. Modding is allowed, but I'm kind of hoping that we get something back soon. I am going through the code mostly for the lore and also this amazing like these interesting unreleased maps and my want to know more about the sleeper. Like, I think it is sad that we didn't have Windmaster Karim, like any Windmaster Karim event, comment on any of the sleeper items, because the lighthouse keeper specifically mentions him. So I'm wondering if he was supposed to come in later, like if you were after you found certain things, like after you figured out how to kill a Sephra, then you could talk to him, because like the tunnel, it is specified, so it's specified that Bodran is kept in an underground Elden tunnel, which is underground an island called the Watcher north of Rivenleaf. And there is also a tunnel in Westwind Shores with that is the staircase that is flooded. So I would like to, I am trying to figure out, I have my own Raspberry Pi setup and an old desktop. I'm still trying to figure out peer-to-peer, or I'm still trying to figure out self-hosting with that. I do have dedicated hardware. It's old hardware, but it's still like, I still have dedicated hardware. I want to run it as a headless server, but, well, I do want to have a visual. I do have a computer hooked up to it because I like being able to visually see things. Aw, thank you. Yeah, what Issa did to her best friend still, like, so, that killed me because while I did not dislike Issa, I disliked a lot of the loyal Halzenists, but I was not familiar with her, what are the kids calling it? Girl boss behavior? I don't know. So one of my favorite characters in the lore, one of my favorite characters, and I am kind of, is Fisa Palgan. One of my favorite characters is Fisa Palgan. They are a lesbian, they are a sword fighter. That is literally all the qualifiers I need. Yes, no, she was like Issa, like Issa died in Casa, so I'm wondering, was her, did the sewer queen get her soul? Like, I'm curious, did it just fall to the bitter barons? Like, and we know that the sewers used to be, Aldebaran used to have like a little wizard sanctum thing, or mystical sanctum. And they were there, if you actually look up some of the people who are releasing what they were working on with this project, because there are people that are now releasing a lot of what they had for the NDAs, the sewers were supposed to be this. They were supposed to be randomly generated. So you would walk around and you would, like, never enter the same room twice. Yeah, Issa was Machiavellian in her scheming. And she died falling down a flight of stairs. That should tell you all that history needs to know. Gravity will get the best of us. So this is one of the people who, this is the portfolio for one of the people who is doing the level design. If you should be able to, yeah, you can see the, I will leave a comment with all of these pages. This is person, they were working on a Billows homestead. They worked on the Batsaha. They were working on a Batsaha homestead, a Casa homestead, Myrrh, Crossings, the Casa apartment where you meet. They were working on the Weavery, like this is, I think, the one in Crossings. Boathouse concept art. They worked on, they did the lighthouse in Lakato String. I think they also did the lighthouse. I think they also did the light. They did this. This is the stairwell So this is the stairwell. You can find Old Smith Eve at the bottom of the stairwell. The tea clearing, the underground kitchen. They did a lot of the outmarks. I think these are all outmarks for Book of Travels, which is really neat because that's, I think, what part of what makes this game unique is like all of these little areas you can find. But they specifically say like the sewer was supposed to be like this kind of random maze of tunnels that you just kept going deeper and deeper into. But like, yeah, we were supposed to be able to build boats. Like this is obviously boats in Western Verve. And this is one of the boats in Casa. Oh, the Weavery is in. Okay, good. All right. Okay, yes. All right. So the Weavery is where the new event's in. Okay, so it's not just the little windmill that has the ghost. So yeah, there were supposed to be little homesteads where you could visit and rest in like sort of how the crossings, like you know how crossings you can go up to that room above the tea house. So Ovi-Galef was supposed to be, since the town of Ovi-Galef reminded me a lot of the architecture present on Greek islands. Hey, hi, I have family from the Greek islands. And especially seen in the movie Mamma Mia. Oh boy. No comment. I really wanted a homestead to share the same feel, but by making the room out of a lot of orange and white stone and having the blue panel really stick out as a centerpiece to mimic the set design of the movie. Aw, that's kind of sweet. That's very sweet. So yeah, as far as I know, there is some dialogue from... There's new dialogue Friday nights for... from the One-Eyed Merchant that I haven't found yet. I tried the uncursed Eye of the Taker and didn't get any response. Little Slip Homestead, that would have been wonderful. I wonder if this is supposed to be over the tea house. Batsaha. Casa. I really love the apartment in Casa. But yeah, and there were supposed to be boats and new boat ways like you can see from from all these lines across the Verve and around south. There's a bunch of like you're supposed to be able to get up north to Rivenleaf and the Watcher Island and the Unwound. And you're supposed to be able to get down and around into the billows. Like you couldn't, and also like down and around the south, like they have all of these little Marble Mist, like along the Marble Mist Peninsula. So the south would be this blue color, and the east is this greenish color, and the light blue is the north. But yeah, there is so much along like and all these areas that like they do have like there are some of them have maps, some of them have maps and designs. Like there's some maps and designs for the Deeplands and Lake Vapor. So my curiosity with like this kind of what looks like a beach on the edge of the Unwound is this is right near. If anyone's seen that one of the old maps of Book of Travels, I might be able to. There is a large figure along this side of the map that looks like a giant person in the Unwound. And so I'm wondering if you were supposed to interact or see some of that. And I'm not sure if that was supposed to be a spirit, if it was supposed to be a Sephra, an Eldon, or the Sleeper, or what. But there was a giant figure in some of the old maps that's over here. Yes, Gel Halzen's son, and that is also in the lore compendium, does go missing in the expedition to the Unwound. That's part of what causes him to be even more of a jerk than he already is. Which is a really funny thing to say. Let me see if I can find the old map. Oh, that's an old map. I have an old map on my website for on my journal. On my Book of Travels journal. There is... I don't know if this map is still available somewhere. But it was one of the earlier Book of Travels maps. And it had the old maps with the figure were on, I don't think they're on the Discord anymore. I think originally they were originally on the Discord, because if you look me trying to find this, like my life depends on it, please. Okay, so that's cropped. That's some of them cropped. I think it used to be in game. I can look at the wiki, hold on. Map. So that's Kuro Orchard. It would be... It would be the world map, which I don't know that they... don't know that they have on the wiki. So I saved a lot of these pictures. I know I did. Oh geez. Oh, those are old pictures. Okay. Okay, well, it's from 2021, so I think it's the world map from earlier on in the game. But you can find a figure whose head kind of rests a little bit close to where you are in the Unwound. Or at least where you could theoretically get to in the Unwound if like we had if we unlocked that part of the map. And so I'm wondering if that's supposed to be a Sephra or the Sleeper, or if you have to fight the Frost Hag to get to the Sleeper. Because that tunnel that is filled with water in Harrow Ledge is like if you look at the current if you look at the current map, you can draw a straight line I mean, you can draw a straight line between most things. That's not necessarily the most fair assumption, but you could draw a straight line between Harrow Ledge and the Washer Islands, and we know that the Eldons made the bridge. We also know that the Eldons brought something back from the Sea of Despair. They dug, like, and clearly going underwater is, like, heavily referenced for the Sea of Despair. Actually, if you look at the, so, like, yeah, like, the Watcher and that island is up here at 2 or 5, and then 1 is essentially where the passageway is in... It's almost sort of how the bridge, like that old Eldon bridge used to go across the Verve. But if you look at the compendium, there is a section on Svetlana the Witch and her windless kingdom. Is it after this? Yes, another being of foul magics is heard of in the echoes of another forgotten kingdom, one sprouted in a place that has since been lost to time. Its name was Riverfield and was ruled by Witch Queen Svetlana. It is said that Svetlana was born in a wind-silent place and was not graced by a patron wind at her birth. As the girl grew older, she began consorting with malicious spirits from the Sea of Despair. The drowned spirits there granted her eldritch powers that allowed her to carve out a windless kingdom for herself. Legend has it, at the height of her power and influence, the spirits returned and sank her kingdom whole, driving the witch into deep fear and regret before her ultimate end. Now all that remains of her dark kingdom is an old graveyard with a field of char-blush mushrooms as its headstone. I'm wondering if this is why you can't cross the rivers in Serum Fields. Because, like, you can't cross the river except in specific locations where there's, like, a bridge or a fallen log. Oh, the fandom. Yeah, the fandom wiki. I think it's the fandom wiki has a bunch of, because fandom.com has a lot of like pop-ups. I think that's why they changed. Yes, the billows, the billows is like on, so if we look at the maps that we actually have a map of the billows in Sootfire. We have Sootfire Bridge. So like there's Serum Fields, which is very, very close to the billows. And we know the billows has a very, very deep water of the fumes that runs through it. And the NPC from the Fishing Compendium quest is from the billows. I can't spell compendium. Sebastopol Billows. That was it. And it's interesting because you have three people. You have Kefi, who is tied to Windmaster Karim, who is studying the Sleeper. Sebastopol Billows, which, like, it is clear that, like, as a kid, if you're going through the story, that as a child, he drowned. And then Saskia Ale, who is related to the Ale family, who has a relative who married Sila Halzen, and another relative was the one that kind of, it's implied, was tricked Sila Halzen into marrying a family member so that the Esoterum could become a part of the court. And also the head of the esoteric, like the head of the Esoteric Union is the person who killed the Sephra. The Casa Sephra. So you have all these little threads and all of these little interwoven braided storylines. But I find it interesting that we do, like, our next map that we seem to have that that is actually rendered is Sootfire Bridge. Which is in the billows. So I think that, and we know Oso by the Canal was supposed to be an important place. And then you have the three noble houses, House Fisa, or House Pelga, sorry. House Pelgan, House Yihan, and House Nem are the Newfoundrian are the Newfoundrian merchants' houses that turned against Rivenleaf when Issa tricked their army into Casa to feed them all to the sewer queen. I honestly just want to know why kill the Sephra? Why kill the Casa Sephra? That is just like... Maybe I'm gonna have to look at some of the older code. Like, I probably will pull... I have several other... There's several other old... there's several other old, like... What are they called? Game versions that the wiki people use that... that are text, that they converted to text files. I have one, this is one from April 2026, but there are others. And I'm hoping to put some of these together. But yeah, there's just so much. I want knight's armor. I want knight's armor. I don't care if it's cursed. You said ward. You said increases ward. But that's amazing. So like part of the storyline could have led players to go north. So that this also parallels. So the Askin, it's debated, and it says it in the Age of Settlement in the lore document, that the Askin children came from either the north or the south, either to the lighthouse in Mur or to Casa. Like, it's debated on whether. So this is something I really like. The many hold tight to the hypothesis that the children, us Askin, are in actuality the same as the Varim, who are in turn the very same as the Elden, that we come to the shore, leave, and then forget, that the cycle repeats itself, suggesting we may one day be forced to leave again only to return as a new people in a new age. And we know that there's clear, like, so I want to, like, there was definitely an area for the unwound planned. Were we eventually supposed to go there? Like, would there be, like, ways you could trigger a game over? Like, or would... There's so many other things that are not answered just yet. I mean, we got a lot of, like, we did, like, don't get me wrong, this document has a lot of answers and a lot of things that are more like, yeah, it's written with the unreliable narrator kind of tone, but this is like the most definitive we are gonna get. Outside of the game files, which really obviously it's difficult because, like, the game slowly changed over the course, like, their different iterations. like, it changed over the course of development, obviously, and also it changed over the course of, like, figuring out what the limitations are. There are, like I said, there are a bunch of, there are a bunch of files. There are also a bunch of files that you can technically download that are old game versions from old patches. I don't know how far back they go. But yeah, like there's... I wish I had that. I wish I had that map. I had game files. What game files do I have? Looks like 2023. May 2023 looks like the oldest I have. So, and I think a lot of those are ones that were pulled for the wiki. And I would also have to like unzip and look through a lot of these, but like the reason I picked the April one is because that was the one I had the most familiarity with. And also because it's just difficult to... I mean, it's difficult to get like a... like we have a lot of old lore on the Sephra. I actually have a posted, because I did a video on the hidden martyr quest. But there's a lot of lore on the Sephra. There are actually some old pages that were posted in the Discord that aren't up anymore. One is the Sephra page, which I posted on it's posted on this YouTube channel. It's in my communities tab, along with some of the artwork for the Sephra. But yeah, now we know a lot more about the Sephra. We know just how much of a lie and propaganda all the Loyal Hellzenis nonsense is. How Issa used the coroners to essentially investigate and cover up her own crime. Her betrayal of her best friend. I don't like, I can understand wanting revenge on the guy that killed your parents. That leading to you betraying your best friend is just, I think she was too far gone at that point. I love that this document has some of the imagery for the Elden, so that it has the imagery for the Varim, and it has imagery for... Oh, does it not have imagery for the Elden? Oh, it just has the Varim. Oh, it just has the Varim imagery. Okay. I would ask if I could share that, because I think the imagery for the Elden was cool. I'm just kind of sad that it didn't make it into the document. So the... So yeah, so definitely if you haven't downloaded this, go download it. It's on the, it has a new art. It has new art of the Sewer Queen. It has new art of the Varim. It shows you what a Sabasir ship should look like. If you're curious about any of the other, there are several people who did, so not just this artist did the designs for several of the outmarks. But these websites are also linked in the Discord. The ship design, the ships that, like, we probably were supposed to be able to take a ship from Western Verve around the south. There's also Roberta Alves, like this has some content and level design. That this includes some of the information on the battle system and on knots, which I love. Albin Reed, who worked on the combat update apparently, as well as this has some of the Maisu and Katem. Like that's amazing. Sorry, that was a little loud. But it has the like heavy attack and the attack hit, and like, so they, as far as I know, the code isn't in the game yet. If we just had the small UI, I think I would be much happier. But they have all of these, like, they have all the fishing, they have a whole Casa Soundscapes video here for ambience. They have all of the like, this has a lot of the information on the, like, positioning of sounds, like, all point audios in the level. Like, this is... There's clearly more around Casa. Because this is just the area that we're in. This is the Humble Bridge. And there's more up here. Hopefully they do release more. This is coming soon. Because they're currently under a non-disclosure agreement. And this artist, Julie Beechtold, is amazing. They did a lot of my most favorite items and armor. Particularly, hello, my dense banded armor, my favorite armor set. But they also have a lot of, I think that it looks like, if you look in the game files, if you look at the Selka I think they also did the Selka backpack. Like, their art style seems to be consistent with a lot of the... with a lot of what is some of the most iconic items. And some of the backer items, too. Like, it looks like they have all the... Oh, the grips. The Soulseeker grips. I want to see if I can find... So anyway, so there's a lot of lore, there's a lot of hidden lore. There is there's a lot of lore that's still in the document, that's still in the code, like it's still there. And from the AMA, it sounds like they weren't gonna take out anything, which I hope that they didn't. Oh my gosh. You still remember sounding slightly crazy for asking Aniki for the chicken carcass. Oh, the one in Nala Tunnel? Oh, to draw that? For drawing that? I mean, that is a very common custom in a lot of I would say in a lot of societies that have curses or other things like that, chickens are involved for some reason. I had a vision and the vision needed a dead chicken icon. Was your vision torturing Khelim with not being able to walk for 5 minutes? Or run? Or just you moved very slowly? Okay, is everybody's character who ate the chicken carcass cursed? I'm just getting another smiley face, aren't I? Yeah, okay, a smiley face with a nose, great. So, because I've noticed that there are these little checks on your character, because that's the thing that the way that that NPC in Casa knows whether you helped the sleeper or whether you helped the lighthouse keeper or whether you helped both or whether you completed the quest drowned. Like we don't have the lines for that quest as far as I know. But the square nodder is an NPC that I'm just like, I need to find this NPC, just like I need to find the knight's armor. It's like, what do you mean? What do you mean I don't get the ward armor? It's fine. It's fine. You just had to somehow sneak into Northern Casa, probably via the sewers. Oh, another thing I wanted to bring up. So this is another thing that I found in the code that I thought was that is mostly relevant for me because I love the writing for the history of this world. Fall gem slippers. These priceless glittering slippers are open-heeled with split toes and a high front piece reaching halfway up the ankle. Stories are told that of the slippers that that once they were a birth gift to the child of King Methodus and Queen Theleth from the court wizard Aldebaran. The magic of these slippers protect them from wear and adjust themselves to the size of the wearer. Indeed, a royal gift to impress anyone, in particular the impressionable. So, one of the things I noticed is these slippers were listed as Aldebaran's, I think, in an earlier patch, if I'm remembering correctly. Because in some of the in one of the in one of the documents where they pulled the items and their names. Not me bugging for more lore. I know, you already gave us an amazing gift. The lore compendium answers a lot of questions, and I really, really love the halfway tea house, and you were so nice to the Khelim. But weren't these Aldebaran slippers? Like, supposedly they eventually ended up being Queen Lethiades' slippers, but... And the smith can make fall gem armor out of... fall gems, which are not supposed to be easy to cut or shape. There's gotta be, what is it? I'll remember a lot of the lore until the day I die, but for the life of me cannot remember Aldebaran's old man wizard's lip. That's hilarious. I gotta find this, So it says that the fall gem slippers technically were a birth gift to Queen Lethiades from Aldebaran. However, I remember in the... So there is a file that I think is updated a little bit slower. And it's an Excel sheet that a lot of the... I'm gonna make sure I don't dox myself by showing my email. We're gonna look more at pretty art. We're gonna have the nice pretty, ooh, nice pretty art while I look through my Google Drive. Because I remember looking through... I specifically remember looking through one of the old files that someone had put together. And it was put together for the wiki, so I think a lot of it was older information on the wiki. Let me see. Because there is a Book of Travels items spreadsheet. Yes, okay. Yeah, you can't see. Alright, I don't want to hover over that. Let me see if I can find... Okay, there were images? There were images for a lot of these. What is going on? Add a head, body, back, belt, reagent, shoes. So someone put together, yeah. Okay, this is updated. This is updated because that is not what it said. I swear I'm not going crazy. So, hold on. Did I downloaded a copy of this? I definitely downloaded a copy of this. Some of the unused items does have deprecated lore, like one of the Soulseeker items mentioned Aldebaran being a Halzan era mystic. Yeah, I did notice that. When technically they are not. They're an era before the Halzan period. So there is a document that is shared that is updated, that has all of the listings of the items, and it had it had the slippers listed, and I'm gonna find this because I'm not going crazy. Maybe I am. I have been talking about lore for way too long. Because I remember this because I specifically went to try to see if I could change some of my items, and I noticed that the item was tied to Aldebaran. And I noticed that the only fall gem, like there aren't really any fall gem items. So when Ev mentioned fall gem armor, I went, "Excuse me?" Let me see if no, that won't let me look at, let me see if I can look at this. So there is like a regularly updated like Google Doc sheet that has a lot of these files that people pull item descriptions from through the wiki and things like that. And it tells you whether certain items are in the game or not. And it had a bunch of these like images attached to it, although now it looks like a lot of the images are not. Did this get edited too? Hold on. Because I pulled a lot of the icons from... Alright. It looks like that did change that description. I don't know how it changed it in my not Gmail account, but okay. Maybe I'm just going crazy. Okay, no, alright. We found some of this. So... Alright. So yeah, I don't have the full gem sipplers. I don't have the original description for, I don't think. Because I might just be going crazy. And also because I think when this was updated, a lot of the... Looks like it broke a lot of the icon links. So I did a little test when I ran through the code. And part of what I did was look at this, which was the full Soul Seeker set. And the band and the edge, we do have images for, specifically from Julia. Or Julie? Julie. From this artist. We have the Soul Seeker bands and the sword. But we also have the mask and the whistle and the charm and the sash. So these are all like they were in this data sheet, but this no longer has the icons over. They would have icons here. When I pulled it, it looks like the fall gem slippers did not have an icon. I'm guessing that these may have become the magic carpet slippers, but they're technically still in the code and they technically still have some lore attached to them. But yeah, this is the Selka's trader sack. And these are listed as the knight's armor set. The greaves, the girdle, the hauberk, which I noticed looks suspiciously similar to the fall gem armor. And then the leggings and the crescent, which I think there are actually icons for, but I don't know where they are. And then we have Odon, and then we have like Odon's well-known and efficient backpack. We have the fabled adventure robe and Odon's famous walking stick. As we all know, Odon's Envy is the nickname for everyone's favorite umbrella light. And then there are these backer items. Like these are items I specifically pulled to try to look at. So that I could edit the code to look at them. But I noticed that this definitely bears a certain similarity to a certain other type of armor that is now available in game. Please tell me that Smith Ev did not work for Isa Halzen. That's all I'm asking. I swear if I get a smiley face, I'm going to go crazy. Ah, okay, here we go. Here's a lot of the icons. Actually, if I type in knights, does it give me... No. Okay, fine. Yeah, so like I can't find this stuff on the wiki specifically. So I'm assuming they haven't... She may be old, but she's not quite that old. Okay, thank goodness. Look, I was worried, alright? Well, we have the aged Khelim. That is one of the first Khelim that would have been around during the Age of Settlement, which I'm assuming means he took a break in the halfway tea house. That lasted a while. Because that's canon now. Because, like, there's the Gehem salts and... Yeah, it does. One of the old item descriptions did say Halzen Age Court Sorcerer Aldebaran. The grips, that's what it was. That was the one that the mistakenly mentioned Aldebaran as being a era after he actually was. But yeah, so, another thing I don't saw everyone figure out were the exact mechanics of the Umber Hue, but then again, I think it was a backer thing, so there were not as many to play around with it. Yeah, I actually ran into someone that had the Umber Hue. I didn't back to the point that I got that. Yeah, it's, so this is the ability. You call the Umber Hue. You have the ability to call the elusive Umber Hue, a majestic bird that instinctively moves with the winds by following what direction their long locks are blowing. Askan legends say that boons or maladies follow those who lay their eyes on this wind-guided creature. So, I'm guessing, depending on whether it is... whether you get, like, a half wind or a cardinal wind in the server, the Umber Hue reacts differently and will fly differently. And if you get the doldrums, maybe it will just land. Because I thought I remembered hearing something about the Umber Hue in the doldrums. Umber Hue is a backer ability. If you unlock dev mode on your game, you can give yourself certain things, and you could give yourself the card to learn the ability, I think. I have not played around with this. I was mostly playing around with non-backer related items. I mean, I have some backer related items, but not a ton. So, yeah, my guess is that it's affected by the winds then, because it would fly... instinctively moves with the winds by following the direction their long locks are blowing. Okay, so, like, depending on whether you have a cardinal wind or a half wind, they would react differently, because each of the winds in the... because you get a wind depending, and or doldrums, which is no wind. Okay, yeah, so here it is. Flowing wind, flowing umber lock, west wind, Umber Hue. The locks of the Umber Hue are gently flowing in the breeze. Ah, okay, so these are the checks for it. North wind. The Umber Hue are blowing violently with the locks. Okay, so my guess is you would get this. The locks of the Umber Hue are blowing violently in the half wind. Oh, then Doldrum's Call, the Umber Hue, still Umber Hue. The locks of the Umber Hue are as still as the winds. So I'm guessing this is what it, like, it gives, I have seen players summon it. I have not summoned it myself. So I'm guessing it gives you like a notification of one of these lines depending on whether you have a cardinal wind, a half wind, or the doldrums. This is why I'm going through the code now, because the game is not online right now, so now I don't feel as bad digging through it. Oh, all of them also have unique properties. Interesting. So if you summon the Umber Hue, each of them would have unique... Ah, I see, yes, because they have different tags. So I'm guessing that's skill equipped. All right, so let's see if I can find this. I don't know if this is in here, but we'll see if we can find it. Oh, that's the only one. That's gotta lead to something else. No, that's the Rainstone disc. An Umber Hue sits perched upon a branch, its eyes and claws equally sharp. This seems to be a normal stone disc, however, when the Rainstone begins to glow, revealing carvings made into its surface. Oh, so you would get... I'm assuming the X was a stop. I mean, again, this is also not the exact game code because it's like Unity repackages it. Still wind droppings. The rarely found droppings of an Umber Hue. The nature of species could suggest the mystical bird to be an herbivore. Doldrum's Call, Umber Hue. So do you get more droppings? Is this like the omen droppings? Still wind droppings. No, this is the okay, Kickstarter backers ability. So they give boons and maladies. Okay, so depending on whether it's a cardinal wind or a half wind, you get a boon or a malady. And then if it's doldrums, you get poop. Oh, so it's like a mini portable Sephra shrine? Is that what this is? It's like... Yup, the doldrums give poop. Okay, that's what it was. Okay, so it's like a mini Sephra. It's like a mini follows you around Sephra shrine. Or not, no, haunted headstone. Because the Sephra shrines almost only give you blessings, like they don't... Because the haunted headstones are the ones that could give you a blessing or could give you a malady. So if you notice this, if you start up the game and it says you're under a cardinal wind, you could summon the Umber Hue to give you an extra boost of some kind, and each of them gives you a specific gift or blessing, depending. Oh, is that the... Okay, hold on. Let me look at blessing. Sephra's blessings. Oh no. Oh, there's so many. Because there's the haunted. Let me look up the haunted headstone, because I know that the haunted headstone. Okay, so that is that number, and that probably ties to a specific blessing or curse. Okay. Outmark 4, cursed chicken. Okay. By my wind feathers, why do you seek up on innocent people and tell us? Yeah, okay, so this is the cursed... So it is cursed chicken. So you just cursed a bunch of poor Khelim with a chicken. Some said he was half... Oh yeah, but then I remembered my great-uncle Celta. Some said he was half Sephra with the way his predictions came true. He taught me a few things when I was just a tyke, like how to do a poultry reading. You see, chickens have a special connection to both us Askin and the winds. Them's got feathers but still walk in dirt. So when old farmer Evie's roof collapsed on the poor bastard, I snatched up one of his chickens for a steal. Should have known then that the bird was bad luck. First I scryed in its feathers and seeds for what herb to give my mother, all in a manner that my great-uncle taught me. I understood right away that I needed this cinnabar mushroom with marble spots that would cure her right away, but it just went and made her worse, didn't it? I tried again with my bet on a game of passage to Filsa down the road, but I ended up losing half the farm. I tried one more time picking up the gift for my sweetheart, but she refused to accept the centipede birch I made for her. I knew then that the bird was cursed, and I did what anyone would do. I snapped the thing's neck and buried it here, far away from my homestead. Put that thing back in the soil if you know what's good for you, and let it, bad luck, seep down into the rocks instead. Okay. Also, I want to know who these tunnel ghosts are. I'm assuming that that's a different... The tunnel ghosts, I'm assuming, are probably one of the outmarks that go, because there's that construction site that we can't get through. Driftwood Golem. Oh boy. So this is why I go looking through all of... So this is why I went looking through this, but we're getting distracted. Anyway. Hi. Thank you for coming to my talk on why Issa is a horrible person. And I hope I have spread more Aldebaran propaganda because I adore this character. Even if they were a crotchety old wizard. Yeah, you can also walk into the train car by the fireplace and it doesn't go anywhere. I'm willing to bet that there were other there are clearly other outcroppings like these. These seem like they are meant for different areas. I would need to look up exactly. I know some of them are random. Some of them are like random encounters, so it's kind of hard. Like some of them are in a specific location, like the endeavor for the Avishwakfa Wafka memory. Wow. Is in Casa, but like some of them are in random locations. And also with the notation here, I don't know which ones are... I'm not sure which ones are cut. I think the X is like to cut out specific things, but I am not sure. But that's where I could say like, okay, if something's labeled with like East 09 Fishing Compendium, that's like, all right, that we know who that is. But there's still a lot of code that needs to get gone through. Oh, here we go. And there are the custom poems, the Elden Statue Endeavors. I find it interesting that this one says embrace, burden, squatter. These two are labeled as squatter, the child. These are all just random occurrences for Daedern, but those are the statue endeavors. Anyway, if you have a favorite lore thing, put it in the comments. I would like to talk about it. Comments on the video and just let me know if you want me to look up something in the code. I am going to be trying to pull some of the older code off of a friend's computer, and I'm also going to try to look at the new updated code after they've updated because they've updated all of these. I don't know if some of these have changed. As I said before, the icons for... It looks like the icon for the Knight's Hauberk may have changed, given some of the new quests, so... yeah, definitely I will look into more of that. I love ideas. I love talking about lore. I am not always in the Discord, but if you leave messages on, or if you leave a comment on YouTube, I will respond. usually, or I try to. And yeah, and go download the lore compendium. It is amazing. Several people worked on it. It is a lot of writing for one person, so thank you, Simon. And I know that Tabby also helped coordinate a lot of this, so thank you, Tabby, and thank you for giving us a jumping off point for continuing the lore of the game. And we still have a couple more quests to figure out in game, clearly. So yeah. Let me know what you're curious about, and maybe I can try going to digging through some code to find the answers. Or maybe beg Simon nicely. No, I need to give Simon a break. Simon's done enough with all of this writing. This is amazing. Anyway, thank you all, and I wish you safe travels.